wow. Good morning, Potato. Thank you very much for the sub. To celebrate that, it's time to start the ads now. Good morning, H3. Let me tweet my tweet first. Even though you guys are all here already. What do I even tweet for? What do I say? I like it to be known that I type out the website every single time to do my tweets. Alright, posted. I am indeed a mad lad! No time saving for Yum Yum. Oh man, Yin's such a rule breaker. You know what I did? I made sultana cake without sultanas. If you don't know, sultanas are raisins. But I used cranberries instead. It's my very unsultana sultana cake. Instead of dried grapes, it's dried cranberries. That's all. Oh, and calamansi. Also, good morning, Zisha. How has your night been? Yes, I am a menace to society. Truly. The world has never known such chaos as my non-sultana cake. Alright. Good morning. Let us begin. I mean, not begin. Continue, I guess. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think we're going to go see... Was it Herlock soon? Yeah. Our guy is in... The guy we're defending is a Japanese exchange student who is currently in jail. And there's a stabbed woman, maybe, in the hospital. A stabbed woman, but they didn't... They expressly said that she's not a lady for some reason. I don't know why they insist. Or maybe I read that wrong. I don't know. What else? What else is suspicious? Our guy in prison was the only guy there on a foggy night, but there seems to be witnesses who saw it all happen. I'm assuming they live there, right? I think there's also a very suspicious broken down house across the street, so maybe they live there. I don't know. And then one of the maybe they said we saw through the windows, but they have no windows. I don't know. Let's keep going. 19th of February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Is Herlock actually in the snowman? I said that last time. Because it seemed like a stupid thing that he would do. Sherlock Holmes. Spying on people from the snowman. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. Let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes. Let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Oh yes, the silver tip, the bribery we got from Iris, which is a tiny child that is a roommate of Sherlock. Here is the bribery. What is that? Is that like $1? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Iris Wilson. Oh, we learned that Iris Wilson is the Watson of this game. A very cute. What was she, like 10? How old is she? She's like child. Like 7? Genius child writing these Sherlock Holmes books. Also, this sounds very much like a threat. 1,000% a threat. These aren't iris flowers. These are just flowers. They could be extremely stylized irises. I don't think so, though. Yes. Oh, we have to present it. Let's go back. Bribery! In your face! Wait, actually, can we present this? No, we have, haven't we? I'm gonna show him this. Show us what we want. Inspector Gregson, could I show you this? Am I supposed to know what that is? I've never seen that insignia before. Ah, yeah, we have shown him this. Shows my spirit! What if we show him his map? Here's the map you gave us! Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say that I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? Her ladyship? Oh, he's a fan? Her ladyship? Give that here! At once! Come on, hand it over! That's for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course. Her use my name without my say-so does make me, the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes. But still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry. Tell the gentleman in the back whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Oh, good morning, Ikaru. And congratulations on your 450 feathers for that watch streak! 60 trims. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fella. He lives right in the old hovel. Just over there, look. Wait, he lives across the street? I thought he ran down the street or something. I had the impression that he ran down the street. But no, he lives in a broken-ass house. On the first floor of that house. In the corner, with a wreck of a bicycle's propped up. Is nearby indeed. Do you want me to draw your newest character? Alright. See you later, Ikaru. Work hard! If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Girdip. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her, her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his best wishes. Why does that sound like a threat? Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. Long live her ladyship. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes. So then, shall we go see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Is there anything different? He's not in the snowman? Oh, I should not press that. The game tells me I've already seen this conversation before with a nice check mark. Alright, nothing new. Oh. Now that we know it's Natsume's lodgings. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken a toll on the place. It's crooked and sagged all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. Wait, I've read that before. According to Mr. Gregson... Oh, here we go. That's the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings. Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Soseki-san, getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Right. Oh, that's my bad. I meant to click back. Move to Natsume's lodgings. What is this apron? This frilly apron? What? Wait, what is all of this? Oh, he's got a sword too. Wait, but that's not like a katana. And he has a medal? Oh, I didn't read that. Oh, hi! You have the frilly apron. He can afford a maid, but he can't afford a proper house? What does that say? 19th February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the resident of Mr. John Girideb? Oh, this is this is not Natsume's lodgings. This is the landlord's lodgings. Indeed, it would be so, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. Oh! What was that happy face? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh my god! One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Geridep. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid! I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? I only need to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Geridep will see you now. This way. Oh, that's an interesting moon-shaped face. Is this the sun and moon? I'm gonna examine your entire ass place first. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. Oh, that old thing? Bah, that's more of a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. I never know when the enemy might attack. Why are you using your pipe with your tea? Jolly useful to have a cannon in the house. Really? Isn't it overkill? Be prepared, as I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you, boy. Oh, good morning, Keita. Let me type it out for you. It's going 6-7 today, Keita. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Geridep? Always is. Take Joanne here. Never fails to have a clean apron on reserve. Dry some over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon there, Joanne tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Click them. Good day to you, John Geridep, at your service. Pleased to meet you. This is Runosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back at the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from the service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So, he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I tell you. Don't get out as much as you can imagine. Yes. It's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting up the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you really think so? Well, Mr. Geridep, I don't doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. That medal's just a folderol, really. Folderol. Merriam-Webster. It is a useless ornament or accessory. Folderol. I see. Thank you. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I begrudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joanne? Let these good people see it properly. Joanne, Fetch the... Dash it, woman, be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly near took the skin off my hands!
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh,
is it? Even had the famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so...
No,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So, he's in Soki-san's? He's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all the fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Oh wait, I wanna snoop around your room some more first. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Pah! Not much better than rags, really. Uh-oh. Or that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know? But I'm not but I'm not one for dwelling in the past, me. Would have gladly thrown out, but you know how it is. You don't like dwelling in the past, but you have your medal and a cannon and your uniform. All out for display? Sure. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have an odd piece of memorabilia lying around, doesn't it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Books. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadeb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of a fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Rant's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Yeah, goddamn shells. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
On top of a fireplace? Are they just the shell, or is there something in them? Those old things? A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired at the barracks during training, you know? Okay, so they're empty. They're used, okay? They should be fine. Come on, a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. Aren't they reused? Isn't iron actually pretty precious? But you never know when those things come in useful, you know? Useful for what, exactly? Yes, well... Joanne here. Did you manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting? Sorry, did manage to.
Oh no.
I didn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know?
Maybe reconsider throwing them away?
The medal?
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight.
Well, that whole thing? Nothing, I mean, that was kind of the first thing I noticed. Like, nothing is straight in this, like, hung up on the wall. Paintings aren't straight, the uniform's not straight. Are we gonna claim that he has terrible eyesight?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn its grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way.
So, it's been polished to a shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription in the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation." Oh, no.
I'm starting to see what kind of character this guy is. He is the master of a humble brag. Except he's accomplished nothing.
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals on his name, of course. Common knowledge in the military circles.
That portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames containing photographic prints of... Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes! Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with a little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What do you mean?
That chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now that I think about it, I'd rather find myself a place with something I don't need. Is that why your place is so run down? Is because you keep buying knickknacks?
The lion ornament certainly seems a surplus to requirements.
Suzato doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter. Oh, a burnt rug. That's covered up by a screen? Oh. I've investigated through... Oh, but this is... Oh, it's up here. The screen.
Look at the enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately. Surely.
Yes. It certainly seems like someone trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Miss Susato.
I think the maid is about to head off with...
I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. It's going to head us off with a cup of tea? Do you mean like throw it at our head? Head us off? Charles. Laundry.
The window looks over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh, yes. I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder?
I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would open windows at the dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. I feel like these are our witnesses.
Oh, look.
Very bad witnesses.
What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There's at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garridev doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. Is that why this place is run down? You keep eating all the cakes. You keep spending money on 10 cakes. And then eat for yourself. Oh gosh, what is this mess? Look at these crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't that delightful? Though the shelves seems to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Oh, and a candle is used. Why only one? Oh, because the other, it's on the floor. There's a burnt candle on, there's some accident has been happening here. Is that why all this stuff is crooked? It wasn't originally crooked, was it?
This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing, yes. It's just a cheap piece of ironmongery. A gimcrack, really. Oh. I used it when I was studying, you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really. But well, it still has its uses sometimes.
Of course.
Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it?
They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories.
Think we've thoroughly explored this room? Let's talk to them. Converse! Oh, I can't just converse. I have to examine them.
About Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume, then, Mr. Garrideb. Please, do tell us.
Ah, yes. The Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for, a week? A week? What happened to Mr. Natsume that made him have to room in a broken-ass home? Oh?
Just 1 week? He moved in very recently then.
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. Ah! Dash it all, Joanne! Do be careful.
Oh my goodness! I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, almost shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said it myself, Joanne, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward.
Are you excited about that? Or do you like bad boys, Joanne? Do you like bad boys? Is that what is... do you?
And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as witness. That's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Or do you just love gossip? Is that what's going on? The shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full with books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call.
It's only been a week.
He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5. It's 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is long past the time. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in this house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see. You've been keeping a very close record of this, haven't you? Oh, I think Joanne likes the bad boys. The very... No, I think Joanne loves the what is it? What is this, like tortured soul type thing that Natsume is exuding? Like a tortured artist. He's like a poet. He's a poet. That's what he is. Good morning, Luna.
A gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night.
Thank you for the prayers. Or I should say, good luck to you, Luna. the prayers that do nothing. Unfortunately, I feel like my gacha luck has been dying recently. My gacha hasn't been very good, so I don't know if I think the prayers do even less now.
But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
How the fuck do you know? If you are not also up at 2 in the morning. Ooh. Wow. Congratulations, Luna. Maybe that's where all my luck went. I gave it all to you. Ah. Yeah, share some.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray?
That means another free lottery, Luna. That's how that math works, right?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
That's what I'm saying, Susato. Susato, you clocking it. Like, are you a stalker?
Oh! I understand that neither of the lodges live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us. On the first floor, at street level. Wait, why are you also sweating? Are you both? Are you both watching your lodgers? Is that why the past lodger left? It's because you two are creeps. Two are nosy creeps. Landlord who watches you. God, that is a nightmare.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
Ah! Good grief, Joanne! Be careful! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir!
Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? Window?
Yes, we did. We noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering around nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrideb household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joanne?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary then?
Such as...
anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well... Yes? Was there something then? Well, it's not particularly significant, but at around... Ah! For the love of God, Joanne! Watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me! What have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrowhollow?
Yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garrideb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was seeing, it was a trifling... Ah! Joanne, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Francisca von Karma followed me? Hello, Francisca! Fancy seeing you here in the past. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and I pray for whatever RNG you are up to, Francisca. If you gotcha, or if, apparently for buying lottery it works. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down in the quite uneventful meal. Joanne?
That's right, Mr. Garrideb.
What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what?
I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is in? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak.
Yes, told Mr. Not his name, that had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' service.
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one of the flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that'll help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Is he gonna be hanging off the walls? Oh my god! This is a dungeon! 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Oh no, are there moldy books? I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. Oh my god, cat.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life.
No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too.
Is that the window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So, this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere, investigating. Are you the cat? We can't see him in plain sight. We'll just have to discover him in this suitcase. Or this bag, I guess, not a suitcase. Cat. Oh my god, it meowed. Oh my god, it's stretched. Oh, big stretch. Oh, goodbye.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat.
Perhaps.
Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor. Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought that little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been here in the country for 2 days.
Well, you've been on a ship for a month, so... Oh god. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them, in English. It looks like a waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate on which is closer to the truth.
Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So, Really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah, perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design in a fit of whimsy.
That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Look at all those books stacked up here. They're almost reaching the ceiling. Or they almost reached the ceiling. That pile of books looks even higher. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books at hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No. What a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading is an experience that comes once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. What is that? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too.
I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there is piped gas in the district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
Really? Is that really what they used to do? So, if we were to put a coin in the slot,
that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for a whole night.
So, if you're too poor to have a coin, you would have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold.
That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes.
Oh. Brr. London is a scary place. I imagine a rich man would just get his servant to do that, though. So he wouldn't have to carry any coins.
Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in the position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting that enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Or is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway?
That desk seems to be wedged in a crevasse between the mountain of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what is this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh, yes. Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
A receipt discovered
in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred.
Oh my god, he's here now. I guess the receipt must have been the trigger. That's the important thing that had to go into our court record before Mr. Sholmes popped up from a pile of books.
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on SS Burya.
Yes, of course. The Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh.
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be oh my god, to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes.
What are you, fangirl?
This is Mr.
No, my dear madam.
Hold your tongue.
I pride myself in my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Brain attic? Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I hope to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me on the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So, they apprehended Soseki on that short of an amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from the adventure titled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there is no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask about the trivial case you mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression! My dear madam, I should only be too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss a murky case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here in Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking at Susato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of crime. That doesn't make any sense. The good detective of the Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered in the pavement at the scene. From the book place, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt here around somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived in believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Oh, Mr. Sholmes has that same flower motif that was on Iris's threatening note. See here, the flower, the belt. His arm also has it. His little. So that's Sherlock Holmes's motif. Little flower with the gear. Why? Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from a great British institution that is, the services.
And it was the first time I've met a maid from the British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much as the Great Britain Primer.
And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has become a betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put it simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who are not are beneath that. Oh, is that why, even though this house is tumbling brick by brick, that Mr. Garadeb still employs a maid for appearances, because he really cares about appearances, but he also wants to look nonchalant. In the upper echelons of society, of course, a household employs enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those in the precarious boundary between middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance.
I had no idea. And it is for that precise reason that I find great stimulation in this situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired Army veteran, Mr. John Garrett. Uh-oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes in the circumstances of this case, I'm as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax? Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax is levied on households in this country by their number of windows. Those of lesser means have inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here and there and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in the power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. This is a real thing. That's why sometimes you'll see like old homes boarded up windows, like perfectly fine windows. Because they used to be taxed. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. The squalid lodgings, such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved here about 1 week ago. Yes, that is correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Uh-oh. Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services to this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
But I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was a Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is. Mr. Sholmes said it as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays in my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, I've got to present him everything in my court record. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Oh, I can't present. Oh, that. Oh, doing. Oh. So if they're not like in front here, the converse button, I can't present stuff. I understand now. They're not letting me present random shit to everybody. 19th February, Mr. Garadeb's room. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes. Rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Now then, why don't you tell me? Bah! For the upkeep time, woman. Will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Well, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much of a chance to talk with the younger foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. But since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment,
Perhaps we could do some digging. Wait, was that bag always there? No, that bag was not always there. In fact, it is attached to a human being. What is he doing over here? Mr. Sholmes? Ah! We meet again, my dear fellows. Gracious! When did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir. At your service.
Oh, whatever were you doing over there by the window?
I'm giving the watch. I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of boring a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on one's window at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Oh, wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect it to be going through that again so soon.
Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garrideb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that the results of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Oh, is it the cat? Duh. Also, there's some kind of tunnel system happening here. The cat can go and come as it pleases, and that's probably how they know everybody's schedule. Snooping within these tunnels. Probably something like that. Maybe, I don't know. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's breaking out into a cold sweat. Unbelievable. It seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Duh! And I know only too well that the beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly couldn't take a great detective to say that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question: what form might the beast take place? Oh, sorry, what form might the beast take?
Are you looking at the lion because it's a cat?
Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garridev, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact is, that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What does this piffle I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What?
Wait. Is the reason why he's not facing this direction is because he has something on the other side of his face, I think. He's only showing the good side.
Yet, living with such wild beasts proved more difficult than you had imagined.
Wait. Is that maybe the reason why the last tenant left? Because he was caught snooping and was like hit in the face.
The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that one glance in your direction. It is?
Your dress pocket gives us the handsome clue as the beast's current whereabouts.
For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garridev. The Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beasts which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion is a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garridev, it is plainly clear that you have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritable tangible.
Oh! He's holding his cheek because something is wrong with the other side of his face.
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain of you feel being revealed by that supporting arm.
Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must ask now ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? The cannon? Or the apron? We need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Wait, has he ever worn these? Are those his reading glasses? You think they're like some high-tech equipment, but no, they're just reading glasses. Indeed, feeding your beloved has been a devastating impact on the financial circumstance of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out its one less unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath, which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst?
This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me.
Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes. To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. And not the fucking candelabra. There is no creature more dangerous on earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not, since, said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of the lion I saw in India. Conclusion: carpet gnawed on by a starving lion. Those are some wonderful deductions there, Herlock. How could we ever solve crime without you? Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this beastly puzzle. They're shocked. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joanne? You pouring scalding tea all over... Sorry. You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over.
Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. Terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't the idea be to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Girideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that is where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man has held his own against the beast, using that large cannon. Oh, a bedtime story, of course he should. We are reading story after story of murder! I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. I won't have to pay for it. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a tea that drinks lion. I don't think I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. These points are coming too easy. I have to lower the... I'm gonna raise my prices. No, I think it's fine. I think I dialed it into a good amount. I made well with these ones. That is very true. You are very much sponsoring those points. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward. Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectaculaire. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. If you raise them, you will never finish the murder story. That is so true! I should lower them. And you get double points now. Yes, that's right.
for your expensive subscription. Oh my god. Just for more points. For more bad draws and bedtime stories. I only accept funny money payments in feathers. I have made many a duvet with so many feathers. So many pillows are on my bed now. In case you're wondering what I'm doing with all those feathers, I'm making my nest. It's very fluffy. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glances, Mr. Garideb, leads us directly to the answer. Future on what you will do for my draw? Oh. You already commissioning more characters, Hikaru? Is that what's happening? I really didn't see the lion thing coming. I saw the lion thing coming. I thought it was lion because cat. That's why. But what else could it be? No, but if you observe Mr. Garideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did run amok here in this room. Oh, draw you do it in a few hours. I see, I see. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garideb's gaze. Guess correctly what you wanted to draw on something? I'm assuming your new character. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I can absolutely draw your character. That will lead us to the true answer. Okay, have a safe journey home, Hikaru. The true... Oh! Is the bike going into the ride too? Can bike go in ride? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Oh, wait a second. What is this? Who is this? What? This is... Wait, are they married? Oh, she's pretending to be a maid because they can't actually afford a maid. Of course. I thought he spent all his money on to hire a maid, but no. That's why she can do whatever she wants. And keep pouring tea. What? What is this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garideb's wedding. He looks very happy. Oh, sorry. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No. How unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Can we actually... Newlywed bride. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks should hide a woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks like that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Good morning, back.
Oh, look. Have you seen her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yes, that's an unusual design.
It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Embellished sunflower? Did you miss anything? Not really. A bad draw and bedtime story redemption?
This must have been when Mr. Garydeb was still in the army.
He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time.
I suppose he was very strong in his younger years.
Oh. Did he try to carry her and then like fall over and then get slapped?
You must slowly collect more points, Luna.
Did I ever manage to get back my sleep? I don't know what you mean. I never have sleep. Sleep has ran away forever. I've put up wanted posters for my sleep, but I don't think my bounty is high enough. I don't have enough money for that. No.
I suppose he was very strong in his younger years.
Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. Is that it? Is that it? Mortar shells. These are shells for the cannon, aren't they? What a strange place to keep them.
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garydeb from his time in the army. Ah, of course. He mentioned a battle for us too, didn't he? Do you remember? He said that he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him.
If a round that size had hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of or Mr. Garydeb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary for Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. What do you think I'm supposed to present? What caused the damage in this room? Did this roll off the shelf or something? I'm gonna say this because I don't know what else it could be. Besides this very suspicious photo frame. I really want to present the photo frame, but I don't think it's the photo frame. Your wife caused it! Can I present that? Can you present your wife?
Take that!
Yeah! Was it actually? The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garydeb. And while we will lament that the fact her face is obscured, we can still make out by her mighty arms the note and denote the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, Indeed, Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. No. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet we must look around. The beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us the handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, I don't know about fragile.
Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no signs of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere.
But it seems there may be a clue as to where her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Miss Garrideb's wife could be. We gotta find the ring, yes? Are you wearing it right now? You are. Fucking knew it. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh, she is the sun! Oh, they are the sun and the moon. Did I say sun before or did I say flower? Because I meant sun. Sunflower. This is husband and wife, sun and moon. I also had the inkling that the wife is the leader in this relationship when she kept pouring tea on Mr. Garrideb and making him not say anything when we asked our questions.
Yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring.
It looks like it's been there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. Oh my god. What is with the fat shaming, man? The entire personality of this woman has turned into just fat within this deduction. And they won't shut up about it.
That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not to say. Do you know, Mr. Garrideb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a very large sunflower design as well.
Really? You have a good memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery headband gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's wife in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself.
My word!
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes, my Joanne. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she really... Wah! It would appear that you don't live the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it is a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Geradev has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Geradev? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. You must remain a secret. Sorry, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. The raging wife of Mr. Geradev. Topic 2. The aftermath. Now, Mr. Geradev, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Geradev's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Geradev is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Geradev's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by someone's hand. Yes, Mr. Geradev has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's very limited number of candidates, I say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joanne Geradev?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man?
Nothing escapes the notice of the one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That is why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garideb's Mr. Naruhodo, she is a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also the person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bookmark. Oh! Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. It's a calling card! Oh no. No, it isn't. It's a note written by a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look, next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Is that why the other person was evicted? It's because Mr. Garideb was an affair with the lodger, who he was probably stalking. I don't know. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note, then. So much stuff.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh, sweating and she's mad. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, again! But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joanne, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place. The note must have already been there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Ah! A Beastly story.
Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you shall unleash a beast. Unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, a final fit of rage, a ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
An unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by the observed carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Sherlock, you think this woman ate the carpet? Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at that tower of cakes. But surely Miss Scaradeb didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true.
So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes's deduction that we need to fix. We only need to follow Mrs. Girdup's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Right. Let's see what we can do. Yes. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely that's very unstable. It looks to me that even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of 3 missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes. To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the end clearly give way to the truth. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Girdev's mighty arm muscle left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. As you can see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital
discord flew. This room was a scene of a fire.
Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Conclusion is carpet scorched by a small fire. Deduction complete. Elementary. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there is a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Follow my novels there. Are we ever gonna go see the bookshop? I hope so. We heard about it so many times. And the pages of one particular novel you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
I don't know, but admonished. Demolish might be closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly the
Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by the fire when the candle fell to the floor?
Afraid so it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between an old I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining.
That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind a screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garadeb. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Had my favorite old books in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. And the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There I was, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming in 10 to a dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So, the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of a ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and an old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
So, at exactly the same time as the terrifying incident that was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Oh my god, don't tell me she threw a knife out the window. And it stabbed a woman. Is that what happened? She was angry and then threw a knife out the window, like, well, at her husband. But it went out the window and stabbed a woman. Oh my god. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside. My window at the moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've gotten to the bottom of Mr. Garridub's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry. Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you would like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garridub.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. But they said the window wasn't open, but for my theory to work, it had to have been open. Wait, is it broken? I don't really see broken. Shit. Well, let's go see our friend in jail. Sorry, prison. 19th February, Briar Road.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail a carriage. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on there, in front of the Garridub's house. Huh? Who the fuck is this guy? This is a joke? I know not thee, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Oh my god, who is this guy? Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking niminy-piminy? There are more things on heaven and earth, Horatio, than there are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about?
Excuse me?
Are you a bee? You're a bee! What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry. It just looks as there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Junosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
I love how you voluntold us into this argument. Lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd like to help. Or I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine, I'm on my way for now. Or for today. But mark my words. This ain't over yet. Are you from some kind of academy? Get thee to the nunnery. Oh, he's a theater. I thought with Horatio, maybe that was like a one-off thing, but no, everything is a reference to some friggin' Shakespeare shit. Oh, I thought you were real royalty, but you're just pretend royalty. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you.
What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, you are so right. Yes, I do dwell at this humble abode.
Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives in the first floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be.
Sorry, battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances, at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can't tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and this man as lodgers, the Garadub house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyways, I'll go find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting your return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. February 19th, 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell 9.
Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched.
We are sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no. No, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese.
Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiar Jesus Christ. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand,
it is through our friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Airlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, perhaps. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of the eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that case, it is the superior option. Anyways, I must commend you on your taste of books. My day has been delighted, and it cost me not a penny.
Free library is what Sholmes thought.
Ah, you! How dare you, Airlock Sholmes!
I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits of those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck has been cursed to tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is damned!
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And that is there much as the truth in Mr. Mustached words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For a man's lodgings is indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean?
Do I have anything to present to you? Ooh, what about this? Your books from the 17th of February, 4:45 p.m. Customer Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaboriau, I guess, and Canterbury yearnings. Why are 2 of them French? I thought you were learning English literature. We found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume.
That is right. I went out to buy some new old books.
Isn't that contradiction in terms? And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the woman being stabbed.
She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! My mind went completely blank. Before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf.
A bookworm hoping to worm his way out of a bad situation.
Mr. Naruhodo, please do be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts.
How could you possibly know? Mr. Natsume, would you... Thank you. Mr. Natsume, what do you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That really agitated him. You don't mean The trial really is cursed somehow. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no. What do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Is that 16? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It is! Wow. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that, having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Good night, Luna. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. You were just farming points, Luna. Maybe. Yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then, why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Sosaki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant is guilty considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for example, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam, that it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manners of misfortune, sir.
Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of the events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
No wonder why the Reaper wanted to quit. He's also traumatized. He's like, I killed all of the people that I prosecute against.
I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo, done for, doomed! When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed? It has been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to a room on Briar Road, about a week ago now. Yes. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." And he quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street.
Is he being choked to death because there's a cat sleeping on his chest?
I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. I want to finish this chapter if I can. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I am a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those who I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what it is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in final analysis, down to oneself. As a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his clients. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I do believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant. Justice or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when I first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind has, in many ways, made up from the outset. That your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but it got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it is time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it is time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Yay! Investigation over. Courtroom tomorrow. In game tomorrow. Courtroom next time. We are still in the clouded Kokoro. Oh, it's investigation time Sholmes silhouette, but then courtroom time is Runosuke's. All right. I understand. I understand that it is time for me to draw. Take a break from this game. Save the rest for next time. And draw. Be right back with everything set up. I'm back. Here we are for some relaxing draw time. Ikaru has redeemed. You can probably already guess what I want. Okay. How very descriptive. Ikaru wants their adorable little character. I'm just assuming what this character wants. When a character has zero description, I just have to assume.
God, the armor is so complicated. This man is standing on a pile of gold. There's no real context behind it. This man is just... he's won a hoard of gold from slaying a dragon. That's what this man looks like he would do. With zero context as to what his story really is. He has slain a dragon, stolen the dragon's hoard, and he is what do you call it? Like presenting it to his gods. This is a tribute to you. That's the story behind this drawing. That's it. That's all. Thank you for being here. I can't just draw a body pillow every single time, okay? A pile of gold is so much better than a body pillow, right? This is the future that I hope for your characters. Instead of dying in angst, they win piles of gold and they live happily ever after. Not much of a story, but you know. This color. Good morning, Luna. I don't know. The character just looks like a paladin. I hope they are loved by their god. If they have one. Or even if they don't, I don't know. Even if they aren't, they're loved by their people, probably. In a way. I'm afraid what that means. I'm afraid even if you give this poor man gold, he wouldn't have time to use it. With the way I know writers kill off their characters. Here, let me give you a special companion. Right here. A solid, maybe behind. Solid gold nug. Solid gold nuglet of gold. It's got nice... Oh, should I make it weird? Yes. It's got jewels for eyes. Ruby jewels. Diamond jewels. Or emerald jewels. What? Very happy to be here. Very expensive nug. The most expensive. Everything is being recorded right now. Oh no, your comfort, OC. That's a big responsibility. These, of course, are cavernous caves. Because of course a dragon horde would be in cavernous caves. You draw some stalactites and stalagmites. Oops. Put that back. Oof. I'm gonna try something. Hope it works out. Ew. Gross. That's kind of gross. I want to add a bit of green to the background, but that's kind of looks kind of gross. Wait. No. Maybe it needs to be lighter? No. That's kind of okay, I don't know. Okay. I think this is hopefully a satisfying rendition of Ikaru's OC. Exactly what you want. As said in the prompt. Let's see. Yeah, that'll do. You're welcome, Ikaru. I hope with all this gold that your OC has found, you can fix up your bike. Maybe they're praying to you. Maybe this tribute is for you. You are their god. There you go. You have this coin. That's not a very good coin. It looks more like an egg. Okay, you can have this egg. Hard-boiled egg for no reason. Wait, I can make it more egg-shaped. There you go. Now it looks more like an avocado. What the fuck is that? Thank you, Ikaru, for that lovely redeem. And now it is time for a bedtime story. Yeah. Hello. Let us continue on these magpie murders, of which I have still more than 100 pages left. I will never underestimate these books again. They're like 600 pages. I am reading like a version that's like smaller format. So it's got more pages. It's got more pages than advertised. Alright, last time we left off with a letter from the deceased Alan Conway's sister saying that Alan would never commit suicide. So that's more proof that this is a murder and not just a simple death. St. Michael's. Oh, and we just had Alan's funeral. When do we get back to the Magpie murders? A while. It's gonna be a long time. Oh my god. I'm flipping through the next couple of chapters. Oh, it's the last thing that they give us. Oh my god. Of course it is. Of course it's the last thing they mention. It's like one chapter before the last. Okay, fine. St. Michael's. It seemed to me that Claire had arrived at her conclusion for all the wrong reasons. She was right to believe that Alan had not committed suicide, but the way she had got there was confused. I know he would have called me before he did anything foolish. That's where she begins. That's her main justification. By the end, though, she's trying another tack. Do you really believe he would finish a novel and kill himself before he saw it published? There were two different arguments, and we can deal with them separately. Alan was never one to forget a grudge. The two of them fell out badly when Claire asked to be paid for the work she'd been doing, and despite what she thought, I don't believe they were ever really that close again. For example, although he told her that he was leaving Melissa, it's clear she knew nothing about his relationship with James Taylor. I forgot to tell you guys to relax and tuck in. Please do. This is a bedtime story, so go to bed. For example, although he told her that he was leaving Melissa, it's clear she knew nothing about his relationship with James Taylor. He left her to read about it in the newspapers. It may be that when Alan came out as a gay man, he had left his old life behind him, like a discarded suit. And sadly, that included Claire. If he wasn't prepared to share his sexuality with her, why would he have shared his suicide? She also makes the mistake of thinking that the leap from the tower was something he had planned.
He would never have left me on his own, not without warning me first.
But that's not necessarily the case. He could have just woken up and decided to do it. He might have completely forgotten that he had a book coming out. He would have been dead before it was published anyway. What did it matter to him? Her account was interesting in other ways. I hadn't realized even now how much of his private life Alan had woven into Magpie Murders. Did he know before he was diagnosed that this would be his final novel?
We were pirates, treasure hunters, soldiers, spies.
Robert Blackiston tells Atticus Pund that he's also talking about Alan's childhood. Alan liked codes. Tom rapped out codes on his bedroom wall. And then there were anagrams and acrostics. And the acrostics. Robeston becomes Osborne. Clarissa Pye solves an anagram in the Daily Telegraph crossword. Could Alan have hidden some sort of secret message inside his book? Something that he knew about someone? What message could it be? For that matter, if he knew something horrible enough to get himself killed, why play around? Why not just come straight out with it? Or could it be that the message was actually concealed in the first chapters? Or the final chapters? Had someone stolen them for that reason, killing Alan at the same time? That made some sort of sense, although it would beg the question of who, if anyone, had read them. There were still a couple of hours until dinner, and I decided to walk up to Castle Inn. I needed to clear my head. It was already getting dark, and Framlingham had a forlorn quality. The shops closed, the streets empty. As I passed the church, I saw a movement, a shadowy figure moving between the tombstones. It was the vicar. I watched him disappear into the church, the door booming shut behind him, and, on an impulse, I decided to follow. My steps took me past Alan's grave, and it was horrible to think of him lying beneath that freshly dug earth. I had thought him cold and silent when I'd met him. He was eternally so in death. I hurried forward and entered the church. The interior was huge, cluttered, drafty, a collage of different centuries. It was probably unhappy to have arrived at this one. The 12th century had provided the arches, the 16th a lovely wooden ceiling, the 18th the altar. And what had the 21st bestowed upon St. Michael's? Atheism and indifference. Robertson was at the back of the pews, quite close to the door. He was on his knees, and for a brief moment I assumed he was praying. Then I saw that he was attending to an old radiator, bleeding it. He turned a key and there was a hiss of stale air, followed by a rattle as the pipes began to fill. He turned as I approached and half remembered me, getting unsteadily on his feet. Good evening, Mrs.
Susan Ryland, I reminded him. Miss, I was the one who asked you about Alan.
A lot of people have been asking me about Alan today.
I asked if he bullied you.
He remembered that and looked away. I think I told you what you wanted to know. Were you aware that he had put you in his latest book? That surprised him. He ran a hand over the slab that was his chin. What do you mean? There is a vicar in it that looks like you. He even has a similar name. Does he mention the church? St. Michael's? No. Well, that's all right then. I waited for him to continue. It would be quite typical of Alan to say something unpleasant about me.
He had that sort of sense of humor, if you can call it that. I didn't think you liked him very much. Why are you asking me these questions, Miss Ryland? What exactly is your interest? Didn't I tell you? I was his editor in Cloverleaf Books. I see. I'm afraid I've never read any of his novels. I've never been interested in the whodunits and mysteries. I prefer non-fiction. When did you meet Alan Conway? He didn't want to answer, but he could see I wasn't going to stop. Actually, we were in school together. You were in Chorley Hall? Yes. I came to Framlingham a few years ago, and I was quite surprised to see him in my congregation. Not that he had come to church very often. The two of us were exactly the same age. And there was silence. You said he had a dominant personality. Did he bully you? Robertson sighed. I'm not exactly sure it's appropriate to be discussing these things, today of all days. But if you must know, the circumstances were quite unusual in that his father was the headmaster in the school. That gave him a certain power. You could say things, do things, and he knew that none of us would dare say a word against him. What sort of things? Well, I suppose you could say that they were practical jokes. I'm sure it's how he viewed them, but they could also be quite hurtful and malicious. In my case, certainly, he caused me a certain amount of upset. Although it is water under the bridge now, it was a long time ago. What did he do? Robertson was still reluctant, so I pressed him. It's very important, Mr. Robertson. I believe Alan's death wasn't quite as straightforward as it seemed, and anything you tell me about him in confidence would be very helpful. It was a prank, Miss Ryland. Nothing more. He waited for me to go away, and when I didn't, he added, he took photographs. Photographs? They were horrible photographs. Oh. They were horrible photographs. It wasn't the vicar who had spoken. The words had come from nowhere. That's the thing about church acoustics. They lend themselves to surprise appearances. I looked round and there was a ginger-haired woman I'd seen at the hotel, presumably his wife, striding towards us. Her shoes rapped out a determined rhythm on the stone floor. She stopped next to him, gazing at him with undisguised hostility. Tom doesn't really want to talk about it, she said. I don't understand why you're bothering him. We buried Alan Conway today, as far as I'm concerned, and that's the end to it. We're not going to engage any further. Did you fix the radiators? She had asked this last question in exactly the same tone, without stopping for breath. Yes, dear. Then let's go home. She put her arms around his, and although her head barely came up to his shoulders, it was she who propelled him out of the church. The door banged shut behind him, and I was left wondering exactly what the photographs had shown, and, at the same time, whether it had been photographs that Mary Blackiston had found on the kitchen table at the vicarage at Saxby-on-Avon, and if, perhaps, they had been responsible for her death. Dinner at the Crown. I didn't mean to get drunk with James Taylor, and I can't remember how it happened. It's true that he was quite distracted when he arrived, and promptly ordered a bottle of the most expensive champagne on the menu, followed by a good wine and several whiskies. But I intended to leave the drinking to him. I'm not sure how much I learned in the next 2 hours. I was certainly no closer to learning who might have killed Alan Conway, or why, or when I woke up the following morning, I was fairly close to death myself. God, I hate this fucking place. Those were his open words as he slumped down at the table. He had changed into the same black leather jacket he had been wearing when I first met him, and a white t-shirt. Very James Dean.
I'm sorry, Susan, he went on, but I couldn't wait for the funeral to end. That vicar didn't have anything good to say about Alan. And that voice of his. I mean, gravelly is one thing, but he could have been digging the grave himself. He didn't even want to be there, but Mr. Khan insisted that he's been helping me, so I felt I owed him. Of course, everyone knows by now. I looked at him questioningly. The money! I get the house, the land, the cash, the book rights, the lot. Well, he left quite a bit to Freddie, that's his son, and he looked after his sister too. There's a bequest in the church. Robertson made him pay that in return for the plot. 1 or 2 other things, but I've got more money than I've ever had in my life. Dinner's on me, by the way. Or on Alan. Did you find the missing pages of the manuscript?
I told him I hadn't.
That's a shame. I've been rummaging around for you, but no luck. It's funny to think that you'll be dealing with me from now on. But the books, I mean. I've already had someone call Mark Redmond on the phone about the Atticus Adventures. He's welcome to them as long as I don't have to wash the bloody things.
He glanced at the menu, made an instant decision, and slid it aside.
They all hate me, you know. Of course, they have to pretend. Everyone's too nervous to come out with it, but you can see that the way most of them are looking at me. I'm Alan's bum boy, you know, and now I've got the lot. That's what they're all thinking.
The champagne arrived, and he waited a while. The waitress poured 2 glasses. I couldn't help smiling. He had just become a millionaire, and he was complaining about it. But he was doing it in a light-hearted, even humorous way. It was a deliberate self-parody. He drained the glass in one go. I'm putting Abbey Grange on the market first thing tomorrow, he said. They'll probably hold that against me, but I can't wait to go. Mr. Khan says I have to they could be worth a couple £1 million, and I've already had interest from John White. Did I mention him to you? He's the hedge fund guy next door. Super rich. He and Alan had this huge argument a short while ago, something to do with investments. After that, the 2 of them weren't even speaking. Funny, isn't it? You buy a house in the middle of the countryside, about 50 acres, and one person you don't get on with is your neighbor. Anyways, he might buy me out to get the extra land. Where will you go? I asked.
I'll buy a place in London. That's why I always wanted. I'm going to try and kickstart my career. I want to go back into acting. If they make the Atticus Adventures, they might even offer me a part. That would be a turn-up for the books, wouldn't it? They could cast me as James Fraser, and I'd end up playing a character based on me in the first place. Do you know why he was called Fraser, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Ellen named him after Hugh Fraser, the actor who played Poirot's sidekick on TV. The flat that Atticus Pund lived in, Tanner Court in Farringdon, that was one of another Alan's jokes. There's a real place called Florin Court, which they used in the Poirot filming. Do you get it? Tanner, Florin, they're both old coins.
How do you know?
He told me. And he used to do other things too. He used to hide things.
What do you mean?
Well, names. One of the books is set in London, and all the names are actually tube stations or something like that. And there's another one where characters are called Brooke, Waters, Forster, Wilde.
They're all writers.
They're all gay writers. It was a game he played to stop himself getting bored.
We drank more champagne, and I ordered fish and chips. The restaurant was on the far side of the hotel, tucked round the corner from where the funeral drinks had taken place. There were a couple of families eating, but we'd been given a corner table. The light was low. I asked James about the way Alan Conway had worked. He had hidden almost as much as he had revealed in his writings, and there was an odd disconnect between the best-selling author and the books he had actually produced. Why all these games? These codes and secret references? Wasn't it enough to tell the story?
He never liked to talk to me about it, James said. He worked incredibly hard, sometimes 7 or 8 hours a day. There was a notebook he filled up with clues and red herrings, all that stuff. Who was where and when, what they were doing. He said it gave him a headache, sorting everything out, and if I came into the room and disturbed him, he would ready yell at me. There were times when he talked about Edgespund as if he was a real person, and I got the idea that they weren't the best of friends, if that doesn't sound a little bit weird. Atticus is destroying me. I'm fed up with him. Why do I have to write another book about him? He said that sort of thing all the time. Is that why he decided to kill him? I don't know. Does he die in the last book? I never saw any of it. He gets ill. He may die at the end. Alan always said that there would be 9 books. He decided that from the very start. There was something about that number that was important to him. What happened to the notebook? I asked. I don't suppose you found it. James shook his head. I didn't find it, I'm sorry. But I'm sure it's not there. So, whoever had taken the last chapters of Magpie Murders, erasing every last word from Alan's hard drive, had also made sure that his notes had disappeared. That told me something. They knew how he worked. We talked more about James's life with Alan. We finished the champagne and drank the bottle of wine. The other families finished and left, and by 9 o'clock, we had rooms to ourselves. I got the impression that James was lonely. Why would a man in his end 20s want to bury himself in a place like Framlingham? The truth was that he had little choice. He'd been defined by his relationship with Alan, and that, if nothing else, must have been a reason to end it. Alan was very relaxed as he spoke to me. The two of us had become friends, maybe because of that first cigarette, maybe because of the strange circumstances that brought us together. He told me about his early life. I was brought up in Ventnor, he said, on the Isle of Wight. I hate it there. At first I thought it was because it was an island, because I was surrounded by sea. But it actually is because of who I was. My mom and dad were Jehovah's Witnesses, which I know sounds crazy, but it's the truth. Mom used to go round the island, distributing copies of The Watchtower, door to door. He paused. Do you know what her biggest tragedy was? She ran out of doors. The problem for James was not so much the religion, or even the patriarchal structure of his family life. He had 2 older brothers. It was that homosexuality was considered a sin. I knew what I was when I was 10 years old, and I lived in terror until I was 15, he said. The worst of it was not having anyone I could tell. I'd never been close to my brothers. I think they knew I was different. And living in the Isle of Wight, I felt like I was growing up in the 50s. The place isn't so bad now, at least. That's what I hear. There are gay bars in Newport and gay cruising areas all over the place. But when I was a kid, and with the elders coming to the house and all the rest of it, I felt completely alone. And then I met another boy in my school, and we began to mess around with each other, and that's when I knew I had to get out of there. If I stayed, I would end up being caught with my pants down, quite literally. And then I'd be shunned, which is what Jehovah's Witnesses do to each other when they're pissed off. By the way, by the time I got my GCSEs, I decided I wanted to become an actor. I left school at 16 and managed to get a job at Shacklin Theatre, working backstage. But 2 years later, I left the island and came to London. I think my family was quite glad to see me go. I'd never been back. James couldn't afford drama school, but got his training elsewhere. He met a man at a bar and was introduced to a producer who used him in a number of films, that would not enjoy a premiere on mainstream British television. I'm the one being coy. He was frank and filthy about his career in hardcore porn. And as a second bottle of wine kicked in, we both found ourselves laughing uproariously. He was also working as a rent boy in London and Amsterdam. I didn't mind doing it, he said. A few of my clients were pervy and disgusting, but most of them were fine middle-aged men who were absolutely terrified at being found out. I had plenty of regulars, I can tell you. I enjoyed the sex and the money, and I'm sure I looked after myself. And I made sure I looked after myself. James had managed to rent a small flat in West Kensington, and he worked out of there. One of his clients was a casting director, and he even managed to get him a few legitimate parts. And then he met Alan Conway. Alan was a typical client. He was married. He had a young son. He had found my picture and contact details on the internet. And for a long time, he didn't even tell me his name. He didn't want me to know he was a famous writer because he thought I'd blackmail him or sell my story in the Sunday newspapers or something. But that's just silly. No one does that anymore. James only found out who he was when he saw Alan on breakfast TV promoting one of his books. Actually, that rang a bell for me. When the Atticus Finch novel started selling, Alan had done everything he could not to appear on television. The exact opposite, in fact, of all of our other authors. At the time, I'd assume he was shy, but if he was leading this double life, it made complete sense. We had finished the main course and both bottles, and staggered out into the yard for a cigarette. It was a clear night, and sitting under the stars, with a very pale sliver of a moon in the black sky, James became thoughtful. I really liked Alan, you know, he said. He could be a miserable old bastard. Especially when he was writing one of his books. All that money he was making from his detective stories, it never seemed to make him happy, but I did. That's not such a bad thing, is it? Whatever people may think or say, he needed me. At first he just paid me for the night. Then we went on a couple of trips. He took me to Paris and Vienna. He told Melissa he was doing research. He even got me onto a book tour in America. If anyone asked, he said I was his PA and we had separate rooms in every hotel, but of course they had adjoining doors. By the time he'd put me up on an allowance, I wasn't allowed to see anyone else. He blew out smoke, then gazed at the glowing tip of his cigarette. Alan liked watching me smoke, he said. After we'd had sex, I'd smoke a cigarette, naked, and he'd watch me. I'm sorry I let him down. How did you do that? I asked. I got itchy feet. He had his books and his writing, and I was getting bored, sitting in Framlingham. I was more than 20 years younger than him, you know. There's nothing for me here. So I started going back to London. I said I was visiting friends, but Alan knew what I was doing. It was obvious. We had arguments about it, and I wouldn't stop, and in the end he threw me out. Gave me a month to pack my bags. When you and I met, I was 2 days away from being homeless. Part of me had hoped we might have had a reconciliation, but actually I was quite glad it was all over. I wasn't interested in the money. People looked at the two of us together and they think that's all I cared about. But it's not true. I cared about him. So, we went back inside. Over several whiskeys, James told me about his plans for the future, forgetting that he had already done so. He was going to holiday for a while, somewhere hot. He was going to try acting again. I might even go to drama school. I could afford it now. Despite what he said about Alan, he had already started another relationship, this time with a boy closer to his age. I don't know why, but looking at him as he sat at the table, with his long hair flowing and his eyes blurred by alcohol, I suddenly got the feeling that it wouldn't end well for him. It was a curious thought,
But perhaps he had needed Alan Conway as much as the same way as James Fraser had needed Atticus Pund. There was no other place for him in the story. He had come by car, but I wouldn't let him drive himself home, even if it was only a mile up the road. Feeling like an elderly aunt, I confiscated his keys and made the hotel call him a taxi. "I should stay here," he said. "I can afford a room. I can afford the whole hotel." They were the last words he spoke to me before he left, weaving uncertainly into the night. One more. He used to hide things. James was right. In Gin and Cyanide, which is set in London, there were characters called Leighton Jones, Victoria Wilson, Michael Latimer, Brent Andrews, and Warwick Stevens. All of these names are taken partly or in their entirety from tube stations. The two killers, Linda Cole and Matilda Orr, are both anagrams of Colindale and Northern Line and Latimer Road. The gay writers make up the cast of Red Roses for Atticus, and Atticus Pund takes the case. Well, you can work it out for yourself. John Waterman, Park Bowles Advertising, Caroline Fisher, Carla Visconti, Professor Otto Schneider, Elizabeth Faber. I woke up the next morning just after 7 o'clock with a headache and a nasty taste in my mouth. Bizarrely, James's car keys were still clutched in my hand, and for a ghastly moment, I half expected to open my eyes and find him lying next to me. I went into the bathroom and had a long, hot shower. When I dressed and went downstairs to black coffee and grapefruit juice, I had the manuscript of Magpie Murders with me. Despite my state, it didn't take me long to find out what I was looking for. All the characters were named after birds. When I had read the book for the first time, I'd made note to tackle Alan about Sir Magnus Pye and Pye Hall. The names had struck me as a little childish, old-fashioned at the very least. They felt like something out of Tintin. Going through it again, I realized that almost everyone, even the most minor character, had been given the same treatment. There are obvious ones. The vicar is Robin, his wife is Hen, Whitehead, or the antique dealer, Redwing, the doctor, Weaver, the gravedigger, are all fairly common species, as are Lanner and Crane, the undertakers, and Kite, the landlord of the ferryman. Some are a little more difficult to pin down. Joy Sanderling is a name after a small wading bird, and Jack Dartford after a warbler. Brent, the groundsman, is a type of goose, and his middle name is Jay. A 19th century naturalist called Thomas Blackiston had an owl named after him, and inspires the family at the heart of the story, and so on. It doesn't matter. Well, yes, actually. It worried me. Character names are important. I've known writers who have used their friends, while others have turned to reference books. The Oxford Book of Quotations and Cambridge Biographical Encyclopedia are two I've heard mentioned. What is the secret of a good name in fiction? Simplicity is often the key. James Bond didn't get to be who he is by having too many syllables. That is, the name is often the first thing you learn about a character. And I think it helps if it fits comfortably, if it feels appropriate. Rebus and Morris are both very good examples. Both are types of code, and as a role of the detective is effectively to decode the clues and the information, you're already halfway there. 19th century authors like Charles Dickens took the idea a stage further. Who would want to be taught by Wackford Squeers? Cared for by Mr. Bumble or married to Jerry Cruncher. But those are comic grotesques. He was more circumspect when it came to heroes and heroines with whom he wanted you to connect.
Sometimes authors stumbled into iconic names by accident. The most famous example is Sharon Ford Holmes or Ormond Sacker. You have to wonder if they would have achieved the same worldwide success if Conan Doyle hadn't had second thoughts and plumped for Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson. I've actually seen the manuscript where the change is made. One sweep of the pen and literary history was made. By the same token, would Pansy O'Hara have set the world on fire in quite the same as Scarlet did after Margaret Mitchell changed her mind when she changed Gone with the Wind? Names have a way of stamping themselves on our consciousness. Peter Pan, Luke Skywalker, Jack Reacher, Fagin, Shylock, Moriarty. Can we imagine them as anything else? The point is, all of this is that the name and characters are intertwined. They inform each other. But it is not the case in Magpie Murders, or in any other of the books that Alan Conway wrote, and which I edited. By turning all his subsidiary characters into birds or tube stations, or makes of fountain pen and Atticus Pond takes the case, he had trivialized them, and that in turn had demeaned them. Maybe I'm overstating this after all. His detective stories were never meant to be more than entertainments. It's just suggested a sort of carelessness, almost a disdain towards his own work, and it depressed me. I was also sorry that I hadn't noticed it before. After breakfast, I packed and paid for the room, then drove over to Abbey Grange to drop off James Taylor's keys. It was strange seeing the house for what I was fairly sure would be the last time. Maybe it was the grey Suffolk sky, but it seemed to have mournful quality about it, as if I had somehow sensed not only the death of its old owner, but the fact it was no longer wanted by its successor. I could barely bring myself to look at the tower, which now seemed grim and threatening. It occurred to me that if ever a building was destined to be haunted, it was this one. Someday, not far in the future, a new owner would be woken in the middle of the night, first by the cry of the wind, and then a soft thud of something hitting the turf. James was absolutely right to leave. I thought of ringing the doorbell, but decided against it. Most likely, James was still in bed, and anyway, fueled by alcohol, he might have been more open with me than he had intended. Better to avoid the morning after recriminations. I had an appointment in Ipswich. Claire Jenkins had been true to her word and arranged for me to meet Detective Superintendent Locke. Not at the police station, but at a Starbucks near the cinema. I'd received a text with instructions. 11 o'clock. He could give me 15 minutes. I had plenty of time to get over there, but first I wanted to visit the house next door to Alan's. I'd seen John White in his orange Wellington boots at the funeral, but we hadn't had a chance to talk. James had mentioned that Alan had fallen out with him, and he'd turned up as a character in Magpie Murders. I wanted to know more. This being a Sunday, there was every chance that I would find him at home, so I dropped James's keys to the letterbox, then drove round. Despite the name, there was no sign of apple trees at Apple Farm. And, nor for that matter, did it look like anything like a farm. It was a handsome building, much more conventional than Abbey Grange built, and I would have said in the 40s. It was all very presentable, with a neat gravel driveway, perfect hedges, and extensive lawn cuts and green stripes. There was an open garage opposite the front door, with quite a fabulous car parked outside. A 2-seater Ferrari 458 Italia. I wouldn't have said no to tearing around a few Suffolk lanes in that, but it wouldn't have left me about much change out of £200,000. Yes, pounds. It certainly made my own MGB look a little sad. I rang the front door. I guess the house must have been at least 8 bedrooms, and that, given its size, I might have to wait a time before anyone reached me. But in fact, the door opened almost at once, and I found myself facing an unfriendly-looking woman with a black hair parted in the middle, dressed in quite masculine clothes, a sports jacket, tight-fitting trousers, ankle-length boots. Was she his wife? She hadn't been at the funeral. Somehow I doubted it. I wonder if I could speak to Mr. White, I said. Are you Mrs. White? No, I'm Mr. White's housekeeper. Who are you? I'm a friend of Alan Conway. Actually, I was his editor. I need to ask Mr. White about what happened. It's quite important. I think she was about to tell me to get lost, but at that moment a man appeared behind her. In the hallway. Who is it, Elizabeth? A voice asked. It's someone asking about Alan Conway. My name is Susan Ryland. I was addressing him over her shoulder. It'll only take 5 minutes, but I really would appreciate it. I sounded so reasonable that it would have been difficult for White to refuse me. You'd better come in, he said. The housekeeper stepped aside, and I went past her into the hall. John White was standing in front of me. I recognized him instantly from the funeral. He was quite small, very slim, and rather nondescript in appearance, with a close-shaven dark hair that was reflected by the permanent stubble in his chin. He was wearing an office shirt and a V-neck pullover. I found it hard to imagine him behind the wheel of a Ferrari. There was nothing aggressive about him at all. Can I get you some coffee? He asked. Thank you, that would be nice. He nodded at the housekeeper, who had been expecting this, and went off to get it. Come into the sitting room, he said. We went into the large room and looked over the back gardens. There was modern furniture and expensive art in the walls, including one of those neons by Tracy Emin. I noticed a photograph of the 2 attractive-looking girls, twins, his daughters. I could tell at once that, apart from the housekeeper, he was alone in this house. So either his family was away, or he was divorced. I suspected the latter. What do you want to know about Alan? He asked. It all seemed so very casual. But I'd been on Google that morning and knew that this was a man who had run not 1, but 2 of the most successful hedge funds for a big city firm. He had made a name for himself and a fortune for everyone else by predicting the credit crunch, and had retired at the age of 45 with more money than I would ever dream about. If I had those sorts of dreams. He still worked, though. He invested millions and made millions more, from clocks, car parks, property, whatever. He was the sort of man I could easily dislike. In fact, the Ferrari made it easier, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe it was those orange hunters. I saw you at the funeral. Yes, I thought I'd pop along. I didn't stay for drinks, though. Were you and Alan close? We were neighbors, if that's what you mean. We saw quite a bit of each other. I read a couple of his books, but I don't like them much. I don't get a lot of time to read, and his stuff wasn't my sort of thing. Mr. White, I hesitated. This wasn't going to be easy. Call me John. I understand that you and Alan had a disagreement shortly before he died. That's right. He was unfazed by the question. Why are you asking? I'm trying to work out how he died. John White had soft hazel eyes,
But when I said that, I thought I saw something spark in them, a sense of some inner machinery clicking into gear.
"He committed suicide," he said.
"Yes, of course, but I'm trying to understand his state of mind when he did it."
"I hope you're not suggesting—"
I was suggesting all sorts of things, but I backtracked as gracefully as I could.
"Not at all.
As I explained to your housekeeper, I work for his publishers, and as it happens, he left us one last book."
"Am I in it?"
He was. Alan had turned him into Johnny Whitehead, the crooked antique dealer who had been sent to prison in London. That was the final finger raised in his erstwhile friend.
"No," I lied. "I'm glad to hear it."
The housekeeper came in with a tray of coffee and quite relaxed. I saw that after she had poured 2 cups, and after creamed and homemade biscuits, she made no effort to leave, and he was happy to have her there.
"Here's what happened, since you want to know," he said. "Ellen and I had known each other from the day you moved in. Like I said, we got along fine, but it went wrong about 3 months ago. We did a bit of business together. I want to make it quite clear to you, Susan, that I didn't twist his arm or anything like that. He liked the sound of it, and he wanted to come along for the ride."
"What was it?" I asked.
"I don't suppose you know much about my sort of work. I've been dealing a lot with the NAMA. It stands for National Asset Management Agency. It was set up by an Irish government after the crash of '08, basically selling off businesses that had gone bust. There was an office development in Dublin that had caught my eye. It was supposed to cost $12 million to buy, and it would need another 4 or 5 spent, but I thought I could turn it around, and when I mentioned this to Alan, he asked if he could join the SPV.
SPV?
A special purpose vehicle.
If my complete ignorance annoyed him, he didn't let it show.
It's just a cost-effective way of bringing 6 or 7 people together to make this sort of investment. Anyways, I'll cut to the long story short. The whole thing went belly up. We were buying the development from a man called Jack Dartford, and he turned out to be a complete rogue, a liar, a fraud, you name it. I'll tell you, Susan, he couldn't meet a more charming man. He sat where you're sitting now, and he had the whole room in stitches. But it turned out that he didn't even own the property. And the next thing I know, he's gone west with 4 million quid of our cash. I'm still looking for him now, but I don't think he's going to be found."
"Alan blamed you?" White smiled.
"You could say that. Actually, he was bloody furious. Look, we'd all lost the same, and I warned him going in. You can never be 100% certain in these things, but he got it into his head that I'd somehow ripped him off, which was, well, out of order. He wanted to sue me. He threatened me. I couldn't make him see sense."
"When was the last time you saw him?"
He had been about to take a biscuit. I saw his hand hesitate, and at the same time, he glanced at the direction of his housekeeper. He might have learned how to keep a poker face when he was at business school, but she hadn't been the same, and I saw her nervousness, naked and obvious. I signaled the lie that was going to come. "I hadn't seen him for a few weeks," he said.
"Were you here on Sunday when he died?"
"I suppose so. But he didn't contact me. If you want the truth, we were only talking about through solicitors, and I wouldn't like you to think that his dealings with me were in any way connected with what happened. His death, I mean. Sure, he lost some money. We all did. But it wasn't anything he couldn't afford. He wasn't going to have to sell up or anything like that. If he couldn't afford it, I wouldn't have let him in." I left soon after that. I noticed that Elizabeth, the housekeeper, hadn't offered me a second cup of coffee. They waited at the doorstep as I climbed into my MBG, and they were still standing together, watching, as I drove back down the drive. More suspects. I have no idea what the hell is happening in this story. No, not that I don't know what's happening, but I don't know. I have no inkling at who the killer is. Because of course there's a killer. It's a murder mystery. I have absolutely no idea. And that's okay. That's how I enjoy my stories, with 0 brain cells. And I hope your 0 brain cell self has a very good sleep. Because that is the best way to have sleep. With no thoughts. Very head empty. Thank you very much for being here, Ikaru. And I see Luna, like 6, 7. Have a very, very good night to all of you. Is anybody on right now? Whatever. Good night.